Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. I know I'm a bit early today, although technically, normally, if it was Conanigans, I'd be on time. But we did that yesterday. Because Nellie's not here today. People couldn't be here today. Plus, I have to be somewhere tomorrow, so I can't stay up all night. But, during my subathon, we played some Final Fantasy. And people seem to really enjoy it. I was kind of surprised because I thought, hey, nobody wants to watch me play an MMO. No one wants me to watch me play Final Fantasy. But the people did. They really liked and enjoyed watching it. And so I was like, you know what? Let's do some of it on stream because people wanted to watch it. And yeah, it was unfortunately kind of a mistake because then of course I had my week off, and I went, oh. Well, I can't play Final Fantasy. Actually, I could have. There was plenty of, side things I could do. Because I figure, for the most part, we'll just focus on, special events in MSQ. Right? Sound good? Sound like something we can do. I booted up the game just a little. Well, I launched the launcher just to make sure there was an update. So I think the 9-year anniversary of this there's an event. So my computer's acting up today. I notice if I let things remain unfocused or something, it doesn't certain things don't like to react, so if throwing things at me doesn't quite work, I don't know what's going on. Some people are saying there's a new OBS out, which I haven't installed. They're saying it doesn't work with Stream Deck, and I think Stream Deck said they put a patch update for it. And, I don't know. Then yeah, some of my things aren't working right. Also, I'm very tired today. I slept, but it was suddenly right before, a couple hours before stream, I got really tired. So another reason to go early, just in case I get too tired. So where are we? Where did we log out? Oh, we're here. Actually, I think is this where we need to be? Because I think, yeah, the 9-year anniversary of this is going on. The Rising, I think. I think the Rising is here. So they do a special event. For the anniversary of the game. Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, here we go. So we'll start out with that. Let's see. Here's my kitty cat. I'm a dancer, but I'm wearing sensible shoes. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial that includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions or playtime? Sign up and enjoy yours today. I did that in one breath. Oh, you've never actually seen gameplay of Final Fantasy? In any of them, or of 14? So yeah, I think, Wandering Minstrel. So yeah, this is the special event. And we get a Clockwork Solace. I have no idea who Solace is. So yeah, so I've been back to this for a year. So I played this 5 years ago now. And then I stopped for a while. Then I came back last year, but I started over. I've never seen any of them. The Final Fantasy series is really good in general. I really enjoy it. I've played all the mainline ones. Even a little bit of 11. I think I played a free trial of 11 back in the day. Never really subbed to it, though. But I played all the mainline non-online ones. And they've all been pretty good. Have I fought Solace? Who's Solace? I'm trying to remember who Solace is. Also, hey Derpster, no, it's not your time yet. Destiny has not called upon your banning. I've heard a lot about Final Fantasy, but never actually knew what the game was. So they're all disconnected. So it's like they're all, you know, Final Fantasy 1, it's Final Fantasy 2 is not the sequel to 1. They're all disconnected. The kind of story behind it is that the studio at the time that they made a bunch of like RPGs and they were about to go under. So they were like, we're going to make one final game. And so they were like, well, we'll just call it Final Fantasy because it's our last game. And it turned out to be so good that it actually saved the studio. And so they continue making games, so that's why it's always called Final Fantasy, even though there's currently 15 of them plus side games. And there's 16 coming out relatively soon, I think. But yeah, it's the story behind why it's called Final Fantasy. 5.0 Final Fight. Ugh. I don't remember names very well. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 also flopped at the very beginning. I actually played a little bit of it when it first came out, like they were doing a free trial sort of thing. But my internet connection was so shit, I couldn't really play it. But yeah, that's why it's called A Realm Reborn, because they actually ended it. They actually ended it. They actually gave it a proper end and everything. They ended it and then remade it and then called it A Realm Reborn and incorporated the original story into it. So like they didn't just erase the original before they remade it, they incorporated it into the storyline, which was really clever. Lord Saber Yoshi P joined Final Fantasy 14 team and saved 14 with Realm Reborn. Yeah, that's pretty much how I remember it. And I remember like I say, I remember playing a little bit of 14 in the early days when it was like a free trial thing. And I remember it being like a new thing. I was like, whoa, this is kind of neat. But of course I, didn't really have my own computer or good internet or anything like that. So I never played it. And then, yeah, hearing how it was disappointing to everyone. And then, of course, it had that resurgence when it came back. Anyway, so this is a special yearly event they do to celebrate the anniversary of the game. But, alright. So, if it isn't my dear adventurer friend, pleased as I am to see you again, have you perchance come to join us in remembering the Calamity? So the Calamity, of course, is actually how they ended the original Final Fantasy XIV. But of course, calamities are also known as events that occur. A lot of people don't know that 14 devs played World of Warcraft during development of Realm Reborn. They took inspiration from WoW. It wouldn't surprise me. If you have a moment, there is a favor I would ask of you. Will you not hear me out? In part due to the promotional efforts during the recent Moonfire Fair, more people are seeking to take up adventuring. Not all are yet wise in the ways of the world, however, and I fear they might fall prey to less principled types in Ul'dah. If one as such as you were to help them on their way, would feel more at ease. What say you? Will you not take a fledgling adventurer under your wing? I'm truly grateful. Now, I believe a carriage is due to arrive shortly. If you go and wait at the gate of Nald, chances are a soul will wander in who has just embarked upon a path of adventure. Pray greet them and offer them your help. Worry not, you'll have no trouble identifying them. You need but look for someone absorbed in their surroundings. I dare say it will be feeling like a glimpse into the past, right to the part where you are greeted by a helpful stranger. Radiant Sword, hello! Welcome, Raiders! How you doing? Is there a forge of demon's blood in this? Or might actually be. This is my second time doing the anniversary event. So I did the one last year. This is my second one. How you doing, Radiant? How'd you do? What was you up to? What'd you play? How'd your stream go? No, not Radiant Word. Radiant Sword. There we go. Are you playing Grounded? How is that game? I'm very interested in it. I've been doing a nice new event is great. I just logged in. This is my first time playing since the subathon. Wait, why do I have... Oh, right, because... Let's... Okay, let me go this way. I have another actual live quest here, so... I'm still a Sprout, because I haven't beat enough of the content, so I still have the Sprout marker. Sounds like you're really rooted to the ground here. Oh man, he's got the feather and everything. Look at that. The experience booster. Hey, Fluttershy Pip. Wait, are the numerals for this game 4, 5? 14. So like X is 10 and IV is 4. Turn off the Sprout marker with a command. Yeah, I know, but I figure I gotta earn it, right? Just had to deal with the headache of applying for an application to do monthly payments for the new PC, and you have to wait to see if it's approved or not. Really? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, they mark all the Final Fantasies with the Roman numerals. So you learn how to count in Roman numerals. Is this your first step into trip to Ulta? Oh, he's fallen in love. I mean, come on, a dancer cat girl walks up to you. Who are you? An experienced adventurer, you say? You want to help me on my way? Well, I could certainly use some guidance. I've never been anywhere near as big and as busy as Ulda. My name is Nagya Jakya, but just Nagi will do. And as you rightly guessed, I'm an inspiring adventurer. That's why I left my village and came here. So that's one of the items you can get to like boost your experience. That's how you learned Roman numerals. And thus a romantic story begins. So, I understand you first need to register at the Adventurers Guild. Do you know where it is? No, it's right over here. Come on. You learned it from Star Wars? Just through that door, is it? Thank you. I'll head there at once. Wait, no, come back. Like he rushes off before he can offer further explanation. Perhaps you should follow him to the quicksand. Precocious young adventurers. Remember when I was that green? Where have you gone, you little scamp? In and out. In and out. Come on, Nagi, you can do it. Let's see, what's he describing here? Oh, it's you again. To be honest, I'm quite nervous. It's heartening to have you here, too. Beginning to learn them from Iron Man. Why, hello there. What can I do for you today? The lad's here to register, is he? Yes, madam. I wish to join the Adventurers Guild. My name is Naya Jakya, and I'm 16 years old. Practically a man grown. Aren't we a lively one? Modi is the name, and if you want to be an adventurer, you've come to the right woman. There's nothing to it, really. You just need to write your name in the register. Come, come. With that, you're officially a member of the Adventurers Guild. If you ever need a bit of advice about one thing or another, pay me a visit. Just don't go bothering me every single time you stub your bloody toe, alright? Because I do enjoy hearing tell of a gentleman's woes with the women folk from time to time. Now then, normally I'd offer you the grand tour. But in light of present company, I reckon you ought to have it from her. She's a renowned adventurer, after all, the bleeding champion of Eorzea. You could do far worse than to get her advice. Warrior of Light here. Hi, how you doing? To begin with, mayhap you could recommend a guild here in Ul'dah for Nagi to join? If it's too noisy in here, there are benches outside where you can have a nice little chat. So, guild, you get the picture. How would you? I can't. Oh, hey, you just waiting, right? You knew I was gonna be here, didn't you? Oh, you're doing it. You're doing it too. I must confess, choosing a guild is quite daunting. I appreciate any advice you can offer. The following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Alright, let's talk guilds. I'm all ears, Elysium. Adventuring can be dangerous. What attracted you to it? Why did you want to become an adventurer? A merchant who was in a carriage with me, a breed something, asked me much the same thing. Or ran away from you when you did a flower shower. At the time, I couldn't give a proper answer. I had a reason for leaving home, of course, but I couldn't express it in words. But having now set foot in Ul'dah, it's become clear in my mind. I wanted to know what lay beyond the horizon, wanted to see it with my own eyes and be amidst it. You've been many places, right? You like it then? Traveling, that is? Love traveling. There's nothing like the thrill of seeing new sights. Traveling's nice, but I prefer to put my roots down. I like traveling. So you do, so you do. I have an older sister. During the calamity, we fled Gridania, took refuge in a village in the mountains. I ended up staying in that secluded place, and it's long been a dream of mine to travel the world. But experienced as I am, I don't know if I could live a life on the road. Is there a guild that could equip me with the skills I need? Well, if you want life on the road, you probably want to know how to fight. See, a place where I can learn how to protect myself and others. If I recall correctly, Ul'dah is home to the Pugilists and Thaumaturgus guilds. Of those two, I'd choose pugilists. I've always enjoyed rigorous exercise, and I'm quite confident in my physical abilities. Yes, I believe this is the guild for me. I'll go and join at once. I can show you the guild if you like. Thanks for your concern, but I should be fine. If you still have time, though, could we meet again afterwards? There are a few more things I'd like to ask you about. Great. I'll look for you here when I'm done. You can practically hear the date start music from Undertale. Nah, my one love is Tataru. Wait a good long while, but there's no sign of Nagi. Perhaps you could look for him at the Pugilist Guild. It's Lunarays! Not sure what that effect is. Man, those are the moves. And gone. Back in the old days, I think to do Bard, you actually had to be pugilist for a little while, but then they removed the job restrictions. That was the most impressive display, young one. Watching you, I'm reminded of myself in my youth. Swift, strong, and handsome. Not to say that I'm not these things anymore, of course. You're too kind, Master Hammond. And I'm sure you'll still all those things and more. Now, Nagi, take care you don't flatter the old man over much. His neck couldn't bear his head getting any larger. Oh, Elysium. I'm glad to say that pugilism agrees with me. Thank you for a recommendation. So you're the one who sent Nagi to us. The land possesses rare talents, and I look forward to watching him grow in our arts. Right then, my boy. Remember today's lesson well, and keep at your training. Next time, we shall try a little harder. Something a little harder. Sorry to keep you waiting. So engrossed was I in combinations. Lost track of time. Oh, I should mention something. As I was training, a peculiar minstrel approached me. He said that if I'm resolved to walk an adventurer's path, I should seek him out for a task. Moreover, he asked that you accompany me. If you're willing, he's apparently waiting for the Ruby Road Exchange. Bah. Why? Gotta make sure I go the right way. Oh, Ruby Road. Ruby Exchange is this way anyway. It's been a while since I've been to old, My friend, you have done a splendid job as a guide. I was right to entrust the task to you. What? Do you mean to say Elysium approached me at your behest? She did, I must confess. You see, for my next composition, I seek to capture the essence of the times. While any number of subjects would be worthwhile, of greatest interest to me is the recent rise in ranks of adventurers. And thus bringing different generations of adventurers together, I'd hoped for inspiration to strike, and I'm pleased to say that it has. Drawing upon your experience walking your path, you have helped Nagi to begin walking his. A reminder that the present owes its existence to the past. That is to say, the present and the past are deeply entwined. If we would capture the former, we cannot well disregard the latter, and this brings me to my next request. I ask that you each find an object with a connection to the calamity, the events which have given rise to the realm's rebirth, and present it to me with its tale. Well now, that sounds not unlike a treasure hunt. And it'd be my very first task as an adventure. What do you say, Elysium? Shall we do it? Excellent. You have your items. When you have your items, pray seek me out at the Ruby Road Exchange. I eagerly look forward to seeing what you bring. Very tired today, so it's making reading difficult. Oh, yeah, warning, spoilers ahead. Yeah, I guess the right thing to do, I put it in my stream title, like what patch I'm on. I guess you should do that for people that, you know, haven't played before. There are many vendors at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, right? Chances are they'll have something, so let's begin our search there. We're doing the special event right now. Come on, let's begin looking around. Nagijaka is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Nagijaka behind by entering a different area or by speaking with him and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have Nagijaka accompany you again, return and speak with him in the original location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Alright, come on, you. I mean, Moon has technically already gotten through the major part of Shadowbring's story. Now it's just lead up to Endwalker. Yeah, I'm apparently almost to Endwalker. Welcome, welcome. What is it that you're after? Objects with connection to the calamity, you say? Why, I have just the thing. An amethyst ring from Ishgard, steeped in sentimental value. 5 years ago, on the eve of the Battle of Cartano, a young temple knight set out from his homeland wishing to do his part for Eorzea and let when his nation would not. See, there's a weird thing going on, because this is like, what, the 9th annual Rising? So the 9th anniversary, even though story-wise the calamity happened 5 years ago. So every year that passes, the calamity was always 5 years ago. Alas, the man never arrived in the flats. En route, he came upon a merchant being attacked by a dragon and lost his life going to the stranger's age. This was his ring, an heirloom passed down through his line. What a tragic tale, but I wonder, how did the ring find its way back? If the night fell, it seems the merchant couldn't have survived unscathed. I remember now. Though the knight was mortally wounded, he succeeded in striking down the dragon. And with his last breath, he entrusted the ring to the merchant. Yes, that's how it happened. So, what do you say? If you're interested, I'd be willing to part with the relic for a special price, but for today only. This feels a bit dubious. Shall we look around some more? There's bound to be other things out there. In connection with the calamity. I wonder what manner of things we'll find. Discuss local cuisine. Oh, is this the local cuisine? Goodness, but everything looks amazing. In the course of your journeys, you must have sampled all kinds of food, from simple fare to exotic feasts. I look forward to sampling everything too. Okay. P says he never wants specifically to say how much time has passed since the start of AAR. Just rather let people have their own time. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, because you don't want to, like... You want everyone to kind of get the same experience as time passes. Most people consider that an expansion story. Last an in-game year. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what... you gather, because obviously much time has passed, even in game since then. Kind of understanding the in-world. Greetings and welcome to my exhibits. Please feel free to browse at your leisure. Don't hesitate to let me know if you have any questions. We're looking for objects that bear a connection to the calamity. Do you have anything that fits the description? As a matter of fact, I do. Yonder pane entitled The Sultana 7 depicts an inspiring event from the calamity. It was the final days before the fall of Dalamud. Its inexorable approach foretelling our impending doom. Panic spread like wildfire, while many in their desperation turned on the Sultanate. Looting and rioting broke out across Ul'dah. To quell the masses, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo took to the streets with a guard consisting of only 7 subjects, for they alone had the courage to stand with their sultana. There she addressed the rabble. Heed me, my beloved citizens, the realm lies upon the brink of the 7th umbral era. Yet so long as we live, we must not forget our compassion. Now is not the time to take from your neighbor, but to proffer him proffer him the hand of succor. Brought to their senses by her words, the people laid down their arms and set about healing the wounds they themselves had inflicted on Ul'dah. And those who returned from the battlefield found their homes much as they had left it, a gleaming jewel in the desert. Majesty sounds like a great ruler. Ul'dah is fortunate to have her watching over it. Thanks for sharing the tale. It is indeed inspiring, and you've done an incredible job capturing it in glass. So far, so good. Let's look around just a little more. So that's the image. The hand of suck. You must provide. You must provide succor. Discuss the House of Splendors. House of Splendors? What kind of place is this, I wonder? See, you're not familiar with the house. We offer wares in exchange for scripts, but our services are available only to those whom we know and trust. So if I want to be a customer, I need to make a name for myself. One day, Nagi, one day. I'm just cooking right here on the street. Greetings! From daily necessities to unusual curios, I deal in all manner of wares. If there is something in particular you seek, you need but ask. Objects to do with the Calamity. The two of you are adventurers, are you not? In which case, I have something that may be of interest. It's a journal I acquired from an adventurer who retired injured. The man recorded his experiences during the Calamity in detail, and I dare say it has value for students of history. Whoa, an adventurer's first-hand account. I'd love to pore over it. Do you keep a journal of your adventures as well, Elysium? So, I'd love to read it too one day, with your permission, of course. Oh, for another historical piece, I also have a scrapbook of articles from The Raven, Gridania's leading tabloid. These mainly cover events outside the Calamity. However, articles from The Raven, you say? I dare say we've seen enough. Let's find a quiet spot to discuss what to bring back. You've seen enough objects to learn the stories behind them. Make your way to the end of the Sapphire Exchange, Nagi, and speak with him. Right, so this looks like a good spot as any. Yeah, it's glowing nuclear. I don't know about you. That was all very new and exciting for me. Talking to a myriad people, learning the tale behind each object. It's been a great experience. I won't soon forget it. Man, you know what? When I play a game where I gotta read a lot, I should not drink a carbonated drink. Now then, we need to decide what we want to take to the minstrel. Have you made up your mind? Oh, I would go with the Retired Adventurer's Journal, to be honest. I see. I did consider that too, but he had settled on something else. What is it? If you don't mind, I'd like to keep it a surprise. Come, let's purchase our respective items and meet back where the minstrel awaits. He's gonna come back with a hamburger. Obtain the journal. Welcome back. You've each found an item I trust. Well now, what have we here? Journal of an Adventurer, you say? Despite the vendor's claims, such records typically do not have much historical value, on account of their limited perspective and inherent partiality. Yet by the same token, they have great value to me, for they offer a glimpse into the writer's heart. There is no richer material for penning verses. Now then, what of you, young Nagi? And what might this be? It's a scrapbook of articles from the Raven. See, my sister is a reporter for the tabloid. During the calamity, she traveled the realm, interviewing adventurers about their journeys, and I loved nothing more than to hear her tales. They seemed like such a diverse crowd of adventurers. No two people were alike, and yet they were united in the free, unshackled lives they lived. It struck a chord with me, and in time I found myself admiring them. Looking back, it was my sister who instilled in me the desires to see the world, become an adventurer. That's why I chose the scrapbook. I see. The footprints someone leaves on their journey to become the starting point for another. Yes, a verse comes to me, a blessing for the souls who are taking their first cherry steps into the unknown. Pray, lend me your ears. Hey, Nina! You hear the music? Whoa! Oh, I need to turn something off on Elysian Bot. She's gonna pop the multi-link thing. Is it gonna be our Lord and Savior again? Has he come to speak with me? It is he! He comes! It's Yoshi P! Hang on, I gotta turn something off on Elysian Bot. Praise be, it is he. Greetings, warrior of light. This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream? A flight of fancy conjured by your weary mind? Perhaps, or perhaps not. It was a pleasure to meet you again, as I have in the past. I have beckoned you here that I might express my gratitude. First of all, I wish to thank you for continuing to grace us with your presence. You and your fellow adventurers are our inspiration, and this shall never change. The world, however, is an ever-changing place, mysterious in its elusiveness. Unexpected hardships may turn our lives upside down, and though we all desire peace deep in our hearts, the sparks of conflict never cease to be struck. Like an adventurer's journey, the world is constantly moving toward the unknown, and it takes considerable courage to alter course. Yet I ardently believe that is a small but significant step in our quest to create new adventures. Indeed, another great change is about to visit the world, and it shall open the way to exciting new journeys. And 'tis our abiding hope that our journey together shall ever continue on, to the distant horizon and beyond. Now, the time has come for this vision to end, time for your eyes to open from this waking dream. Return to walking your path and know that you are in our hearts always. Till next we meet, I bid you safe travels. I'm guessing that's like the rest of the staff. Oh, they change every year. Just represent new adventures. Ah, okay. Hey, Deskar. You have a good night. Ah, seriously, I gotta not like drink carbonated drinks before reading a lot. Thank you for the generous reward. For the generous reward and an uplifting verse. It gives me courage for the road ahead. Speaking of which, it's time I set out on my own. Though it was brief, I enjoyed our time together and hope to see you again somewhere out there. Come what way, never forget to smile. Pass my regards to your sister. You know what? Never forget to smile. Though much and more was lost in the calamity, intrepid souls continue to set forth, paving the way into the future. In such a moment in history do we stand, and for you, I would perform another song. Life is a riddle to bear gladness and grief. 'Neath stars and through storms, the answers to seek. Your footprints are threads to be gathered and woven, a song of dawn resplendent, dancing high to the heavens. From the embrace of the gods, through mankind has been torn. Upon winds eternal, lives and memories are born. The future is unwritten, bring it rapture or sorrow. Our journey shall continue into tomorrow and tomorrow. Hey, Ash. In 2019 or 2020, they had another version of your characters with the different classes on them in the anniversary event. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of raiding. Final Fantasy XIV is a much better purchase than RuneScape membership. I wonder, how did you feel as you watched Nagi set off? Did the sight fill you with the worry for a fledgling adventurer, or did it awaken fond memories of your own humble beginnings? Whichever it may be, I know that yours is a journey more trying than most. There will be times when you are overcome by loneliness, and each step feels heavier than the last. In such a moment, I bid you remember this. So long as you harbored love for this world, ever shall there be a place for you in it. Your adventures will never end. Violence. Lots of gifts. Let's see my first one. I always forget where it is. I haven't changed my minion in forever. Look at that little prick. I'm just waiting for him to flip me off. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I'm not feeling so well, I'm sorry. He will flip you off? Will he? Bastard, I'm just waiting for it to happen. Just look at him. Just look at him. Anyway. Where's my tiny rat? Kick him, eat him. Didn't you get a dwarf companion? That's an annoying piece of crap. The entire blah. Feed him this fish. I keep my little ratty with me. All right. I think this was this reward last year? I think that was last year's reward, wasn't it? Alright. On to the MSQ. Not quite yet. I want to check something first, since I haven't been in a week. Slowly selling off some shit materia. A lot of shit materia in my inventory. Sold anything? What do you still have? Wow, you actually sold all that materia. I'm surprised. How much is this going for these days? 109. You know what? I'll just straight up sell that. What's this going for these days? 110? You get wait. I get more for selling it straight from the shop. $9, which is probably again not worth selling on the market. That probably. Yeah, let's go more in the shop. I think the glamour dresser is put up to 800 slots. Is it up to 800 now? Material is not low grade material is not selling for much these days. I guess most of it's not selling for much these days. No. We'll just pop off the old stuff. Also, where do I get armor for my tombstones at this point? Do I go back to the Crystarium? Because I'm like maxed on tombstones right now. It was 200, and then they doubled it to 400. It was the update out. That's for Sandrock. I need to go to Yulemore. Okay. Armor for tomestones. So there's a special currency you can get that you can get like special armor for. So like when you do dungeons and stuff, you'll get special currency. But these things are maxed. And basically I don't get any more if I don't sell them. Get rid of this super low grade stuff. Try the housing market again. I don't even know where to begin with the housing. Hey, look, I freed up like a fuck ton of inventory space. Getting rid of a lot of old materia. Normally I hold on to it, because sometimes the price will shoot up, but at this point my inventory space is... I'm tired of waiting. That's the first time I've had a whole page empty. My retainers are full, by the way. My retainers also have inventory. I need to sort through their crap. I'm a crafter in this game, so I keep everything. Like here's battle classes, which you can see. This is the one I am. This is what I used to main. This one I've been just citing. This is crafting classes. This is gathering. Alright, I'm gonna go back to Yulemore then. Brain, come on, work with me here. More. Is it you? Did you come see? Oh gosh, what do I get? Final Fantasy Remake, and they did such a good job with Biggs and Wedge as characters. Go over to the big area? Big area. Big area? Cross this way? I'm in the big area, really. What? let's see. I am... Thank you. I haven't actually figured out where these guys were. I've only played 5 and 6. Both of those are good ones. 6 is one of my favorites. So wait, which ones? Level 500. Okay. Do I even have enough to get all these? I think I do, actually. Also sell weapons. 6 is second best since 14 takes #1 spot for you. 6 is one of my favorites. I'm a bit of a heretic though. I like 13 a lot. I think 13 is excellent. Most people hated it. I loved it. So my girlfriend brought me some water. Thank you. I played Final Fantasy game. You played Remaster of 7. I still need to play the remake. I think I can play it on PlayStation. As in, I think it's on the PlayStation Plus, I think. I think I can buy all this gear, so let's do it. Can't. I'm gonna come up just short. Yeah, it's fine. Can I glam here? I was gonna say I should be able to. Ugh. I guess I could dye it, but still. Ugh. Apply the glam to that. There we go. Now I've got my gear. Lose my tombstones. Yeah, I'm out of tombstones, so. Because I'm still missing the headpiece and any of the accessories. Alright, back to Ulda. I just took the cheap route. I teleported back to get the free teleport back to my home town, and then just take the airship. It's the cheapest. confusing. Tomestones, when you reach 90, you have 2 types of tomestones. First set of level gear, and the next is for the newest Tomestone gear. I'm gonna have like so much side stuff to do when I eventually like finish the MSQ. I mean, I haven't even done binding coils. Binding coils is like the first set of extra stuff from A Realm Reborn. It's Mimosa. Alright. We're on to the MSQ. And this is Thancred. To do all the rest. Yeah, I need to do all the Hildebrand stuff as well. Yeah, that's right. There's a bunch of the Hildebrand line I haven't finished. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telforoi, I forgot how they pronounce that. The Telforoi have other plans. Paglathans is already under siege. Where we left off. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defense efforts, with Marshal Taropin as their head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good here that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Al-Malja. Abandon them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Hey, it's her. Your Grace. Marshal Taropin has made provisions for such an exigency, and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglathai. Yes, even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. Not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show any signs of tempering. Strange, what primal would turn down the chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we've previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Elysium and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe whom soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you're ready to take the field. The airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate the forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain that she has no shortage of other responsibilities. I'm for one inclined to do as her grace requests, lest we forget. Arnvalds and Ferdola are in Pathgan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship, then. Rat's playing a paper bag. I'm close to the end of Shadowbringers for sure. Final dungeon time. Oh, good. The flames of war. Oh, airship. Okay. Greetings, we've been expecting you. Say the word and we shall depart for Pathgan at once. Paglithin. Oh boy, I love doing dungeons blind. They're my favorite, because I don't embarrass myself. Not knowing the mechanics. Any special mechanics I need to be aware of? Wait. Oh. For some reason I saw that hit out and I thought Duty Finder. I was like, really? You can't do Duty Finder on that? AoE hurt bad. Use a crowbar. You're at Ridge, you don't play the same data center. Which one do you play on, Nina? Avoid the things that do it out. So stay out of the poop, basically. Change you out.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
You're on Primal. See, I have one on Primal. I have one on Ultros, but that's my old one that I haven't played in like 5 years. Take lightning AoEs on the pilots on the edge of the arena. What? Take lightning AoE on you to pilots on the edge of the arena for the first boss. Okay. I'll figure out what that means when we get there. Pylons. You shall torment my children no longer. A dance. 80 elegant tombstones if I do this, which I would have been full of.
Prepare yourself!
My skills as a dancer is I'm AoE, but my AoE I have to get in the thick of it. So I can't really see what's going on. One I can see.
Protect.
Never played this before. Fighting wise, visually, you don't really need to worry too much what's going on. I'm mainly looking at my bottom bar and just kind of glancing at the screen. Visually, I can't see much of what's going on. Just glance at health bars, glance at the ground, make sure I'm not standing in poop. That. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes on screen. lot of times I'm just like focus on either down here, focus on the bars that are on the side, or focus on the bar that's at the top. Make sure not to stand in the yellow. I'm just a DPS anyway. My basic entire purpose is just to do as much damage as possible. Quick as possible.
Underestimate me!
Alright, so first boss, you said it's lightning AoE to pilots in the edge arena. Okay, so I see the pylon. Repair. Let's get it.
Let's see some more show!
Curse me, bastard. know I should be avoiding those things up in my...
You underestimate me.
I shall protect you.
Hey, Stellaris. How you doing? Hey, Masonic. Hey, Nashi. How's everyone? Alright, any clues for the next boss? Anything special I need to know?
What took you so long? The Amalds are in trouble. Let's split up.
Alright, you go that way, I'll go this way. Something you can interact with. Sometime the afternoon nap hits at the wrong time. Ugh, I got like super sleepy.
Prepare yourself.
That's why I started early. I'm tired. Trying to attack and I realized I had nothing to select. How you doing?
Oh, no, you don't.
I'll just crawl right up this dragon's ass and fight it. That's fun. Pain is coming from inside. It's me! That little nap, you've been pushing through a dungeon, and you started feeling super sleepy, so you hop for a nice nap. I kind of tried doing that before I streamed, but I was like, I can't sleep. I'll just stream early, I guess. Did you say something can interact? Alright. Want to like run this way? Yeah, that's what I think. What the heck is this fight?
I shall protect. your guard up. Are you all right?
Oh god, I don't want to. Ah.
Sept.
I'm a clicker as well. I know most people like do like the button combinations like, most of the time. I do both. That hooves, what do you want me to do? At some point you'll get a better screen and macro setup, but yeah. I've never used a macro. I don't even know how to do anything like that. Alright, anything special I need to learn here? Any special mechanics? Nah. Actually, let me go to the bathroom real quick. I need to go back. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. But you get to sit and listen to awesome kick-ass music when I... Tancred. Yeah.
I shall protect thee.
Oh, what is this? Why am I being destroyed? Why did that happen? What was that? What was that mechanic? So there was no special mechanics I had to worry about. How do I avoid that thing? Can't spoil all the fun, but how do I deal with that? How do I not die to that? I'm not even sure how I don't die to that. Because it's gonna hit me with it again. What was... Okay, hit me with the little X thing. There was like this X that marked on me, and then I got like smashed repeatedly. Basically kept hitting me with it till I died. It's a hidden stack marker. Oh, so I need to stack on everyone? So the problem is that you let them laser you until you die. Good point. Try again. Basically marked me with something, and then I just kept getting blasted. Then I was dead. this stack is normal. I just ate all of that. Oh god, I ate all of that. Okay, yeah, like, Alize's got it now. Oh, you have to run. Oh, it doesn't move with you. I'm an idiot. This is not a good time to hit me with all the apples. Who hits me with all the apples while I'm doing this? You're in trouble.
I shall protect thee.
Wrong place. I'm good at eating all the damage. I should have been a tank.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater. Remember to move out of the way of it this time.
Keep your guard up.
Ugh. I didn't realize I could move that move. Oh, Dragonic dude, how dare. Hit me with all the apples while I do that. Yeah, they're bosses with apple mechanics. Yeah, well, the warning does not absolve thee. Pray they return to the waking sands, so that thou shalt receive thine punishment. Apple focus. Yeah, but children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. Who needs Super Saiyan when you've got Apple Focus? Well, your deeds are reset free, and free we shall remain, as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Get lower this guy.
Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
We would be proud to call you our allies. Not in so many words.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Guardians who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
Yeah, we were there.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier, inside the Platan Tower, oh, it's fleshy.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now!
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
I guess it's technically together if you're mashed into one piece. Squish with every step. Well, it would be too much to hope that we've seen the last of Fandaniel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. Celebrate I will when we have received word from Arnbald's safe return. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions. Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the frontistery. Your grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Plophagen, they came upon 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems one of them, your friend I believe, has been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arnbald's condition, your grace? The wounded scout? Not save that it is grave. The Chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Elysium, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support from someone other than me. You had to think about that one, didn't you? Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Plophagen. Look, it's not pronounceable. No one alive can pronounce it. Come on then. podcast is nice enough to think that in the middle of a battle is the perfect time to hop up onto your keyboard and request cuddles. Well, if you're DPSing, that's just help. Another one come to see the lad in the silver armor. Master Demiliot is attending to him as we speak. You'd be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demiliot say? Tell me his exact words. To shreds, you say. It's a reminder of who's in charge. Now let the Chirurgeons do their work. But, you're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells to Ironvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen. But now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
To shreds, you say?
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
Bloody Anna.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Wanna get an enchilito? I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. She's just the life of the party, ain't she? Her Grace invites the scions of the 7th Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the 3 of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal
Hey,
summoned.
Blairtown.
At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
Is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
Table's far too big. Man, imagine trying to pass something across that table.
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
You'd have to bar slide it. Could you pass the gravy? The gravy! Slide it across, splashes everywhere. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphonome. Arnbald is in good hands here. Of course, you would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, and we might retain our strength in readiness for the coming challenges. With all our in agreement then, I shall let Kryle know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It would be good to be home and have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryle in particular has a few matters she's keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldessian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Need a model train based buffet. It's the best way to handle it. Alright. Pray thee return. to the Rising Stones.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
It is possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Quite a long time, actually. Was that... Trying to remember. She wasn't really direct that day. I almost feel like this was the last time she spoke.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular.
And not since Seven Swords. See, that's what I thought. It's like we had a moment, but it wasn't direct contact.
Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian.
He finally gets a job.
Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
She's got a long walk ahead of her. It's at least twice the distance for her. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. You think you're Gilgamesh? What's going on here?
Well, does this one meet with your approval?
Get her a segue.
Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
These two don't kiss you, big mad. Yeah, now the carpets are ruined. And so are many of the blades. You don't just jam them in like that. There's a dozen holes in the floor.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Come on, he picks a side, doesn't he? Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. But when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. He picks up a spork. Ah, that's the one, the famous titanium spork. Well, then you lot more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the Scions who risk their life in them. Like poor Arnvald. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for saying the odd prayer, keeping a roof over our heads. Wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles, now would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off to get some rest. Off you go to get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Oh, so I'm guessing this is a new patch now because it is, you're looking well. Like some time has passed, right? So I'm guessing we've now entered a new patch. You're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you're hoping for some tidings from Kryl, I'm afraid. Goodness me, I can't stop yawning all of a sudden. I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. It's not very long at all. This is 5.55. Scrap, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulders and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Ulda's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiation with the Ixal. Believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Telephoroi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Beg your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. The council meeting is due in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. Well, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telephoroi. In concert with our new allies, the Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So, the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan given the delicacy of negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. And I will bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who's exactly going to attend? I move that you and Y'shtola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked and summoning, it is only right that you present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, Elysium? While present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we? I've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Got the Sylphs to join.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
There is a snaky lady, yes.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Would you guys, like, take off your hats? I mean, come on, this is disrespectful.
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Need a drink of water?
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little Chrissy will have gills, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
Wanna clear your throat, buddy? Oh, I gotta hydrate? Okay. I'll hydrate for him. How dare.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
Feeling a bit better, that's good.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
What's a porksy? Is that a pork pixie? Essentially, yes. They're little familiars. They're little flying pigs.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the Scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Are you talking to me? Oh, I can't. Yeah. One moment, please.
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
No mooning. I know, right?
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I set foot upon these shores, and that I was heartened as anyone to see the peoples of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come. Of the sacrifices that would be made, lives lost, inevitables that I still struggle to inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Master Seedseer, how might we be of service? Seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in matters involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, and better to predict the coming of primals. And so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their tasks effectively, it will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. Armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphinaud. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life. The experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception, when intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. My plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. And I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations, drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance, and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telephoroi and flourish. Until next time we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Why don't you join me in seeking them out? I can't think of an excuse not to, so yeah. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it will be a lot quicker as we share the task if we share the task of questioning them. Mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we shall be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad for your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. So, what's the plan, Brother Bind? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought it to its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine it might later be referred to by those seeking to form similar organizations. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be crucial. Question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together. And that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That's my hope, yes, but the question I would ask are uncomfortable to some, and the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to those who kept the faith. Fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character. So keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin speaking to Riol and Alien. Hey, Mr. Cat, why? If my memory serves, the two of them will be attending the intelligence briefing in the Castrum Oriens. Let us take them out there. Run. I gotta get hello. Run. I can't get away from it. It's coming for me. That's not a fanfare. You're like hearing the lead up and looking over to see who is responsible. I love the lead up builds. Well, look who it is. And what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? Thank you for the treat. Much experience is Moonworth. In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? It is an easy thing to put to words. That... Israel will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. It wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duties of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still have lived by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I have learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mistus Tataru, we've all got us something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than things worth things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Elysium, could you? What's your thoughts on the Crystal Braves? Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, it's found in ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intention, there's another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band. And while I will never forgive Ilberd, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he wasn't doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say. And the Braves had a barrel of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tosteru sifted out all the glory hunters, for they made it through the door. You see, so while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we were all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendation. Until we meet again. Yay, more food. Well, I think we've taken enough of our colleagues' time. I'm conscious that life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Britannia and hear what the others have learned. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we've managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, who heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphinaud, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my reports. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I'll set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Go to Little Solace. Alright. Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see walking ones again so soon after the meeting. It's been a while since we last spoke. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned ones, Kanisena, said that the walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Selflands and abducted many of these ones. So these ones will be glad to bear a message between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telephoroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, and in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry it seems. Well, they say, you must come quickly. What is the matter, Alphanol? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. What? No, a Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlene has sent an envoy. It is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kryl has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that 2 of us attend an audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I can see why they might want the Scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarcely believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Fortunant Levillaire. Father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be a surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from it because they're taking the matter seriously. Be that it may, why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it? It's been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he's always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Mother Frixio, loath I am to cut our visit short. We must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go. Audience will be held in the Lotus Stand. It will be Elder Seedseer awaits even now. Let's be on our way. go. Welcome, Warrior of Lights. Elder Seeds here, and your friends are waiting within. My friends, thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Forenchant's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryle permission to request the Charlaine's aid, we did not anticipate so promptly a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. Betting it's going to be a no.
Elder Seeds here. I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are.
Yeah, it's just a bit lazy, isn't it? welcome back.
But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request.
Oh, this could have been an email.
Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
And also, do you want a quick swift kick to the nuts or the taint? Which would you prefer?
The final days. Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider.
We'll remember that. When the evils come knocking at your door, I'll just forget to read your email.
You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline.
Oh, he's going for the double package, a kick in the nuts and the taint.
But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
The classic "I'm older, therefore I'm right" play. People like that just have the most punchable faces. Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. To ignore the plight of those that once might conceal save is not wisdom, it's indolence. It is in your power to save us. Refuse and you condemn us all. No, it's indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better.
Okay. So he's not only going for the double package of a kick to the nuts and the taint, he also wants me to collapse his head into his pelvis.
By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father, wait!
Don't bother, Alize!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Where'd he go? I gotta... Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Don't worry, do you want him in like multiple little baggies? Do you want him in one slightly larger baggie? I mean, you know what, I'll just take care of it. Chef's choice. So that is what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telforoi, and as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision, to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, but as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. And still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is only Master Portia who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telforoi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? Sorry, I left my ringer on. Elysium, has Master Forshaw arrived yet? It is as I feared, my efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Forshanant's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they're not as unconcerned about the Telforoi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem. Don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I am aware that the matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge. With your permission, we can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Please do. Excellent. Obviously, keeping the Telforoi at bay must take precedence. But with luck, you'll be able to make the journey to Charlene ere long. It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculation gives me cause to hope, yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible that the Charlians hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them to a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telephoroi. And with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Charlene intend to do if we fail? I get to shush people. While Charlene's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask the Scions... Grave tidings, Walking Ones. Grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones send terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Zulfatol. Destroying Ones and captured Ones and even frightful godly Ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late, but luckily Destroying Ones only passing through and continued on west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Coerthas. Dang it, I keep leaving my phone on. My lady, the Ishikardians report that the Telephoroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Coerthas and are marching at speed. Though their purpose is yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to Cartano. I'm getting closer. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying Ones were said to be led by a cackling robed one. This one must see all the Walking Ones know. This one must see that all Walking Ones know. Very well. Van Daniel? Well, it's only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. Once, my lady, let us away! Have you been enjoying your time back so far? Do. Upstairs. Elysium, it would seem for Joel here has come all the way to Quadrania to find us. I've explained this situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Oh, he lives.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It's definitely been good so far. Trying not to let yourself get distracted by other jobs at the moment and focus on Bard until you're higher up. For the most part, like up until this point, I took my time a good bit. But yeah, now that's like, once I kind of got through Shadowbringers, I'm like, oh, we'll push to the end and then start doing the side stuff again. Well, it's taken me like a year to get this far. Plus, I don't play it like all the time.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
Get this man some Magitech armor.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Carry the dreams of many, will carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out.
And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Your friends believe in you. I don't. Shh. Scene happens when it came out in front of your side, give him a lance. I was gonna say, you know, you could just give him a mount and a lance. He'll be fine. Where's my... did I undo it? Do I not have... There's my rose armor. We'll stick with Dancer for now. You can tell me, get ready for the best instance in Shadowbringers. Tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphanon's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Necker and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, the Malja and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartano as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made to Alamigo, and we must do the same by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Blah. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. Should we get going? We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Cartano, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Your progress with the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent zombies. Please note that if you enter the battle associated with other quests or log out from the game, progress will be lost.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlene, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
This is a PvP map? You mean as in people can do PvP on this one?
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear the Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Well, friends, the Telophoroi is sweeping across Caltino. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but since vanished. He likely intends to watch the events unfold from afar. Thus far, the move from blue primals have proven to be difficult. Even when the most poised to ambush our troops, he instead withdraws for some unknown reason. I give the back. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan is, must be primals our primary target. Understood. We will not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself!
Hang on, no, I got it.
Let's give it our all!
Let me eat something. Hold on. Hang on. Okay, now I'm ready to kick your ass. One in front of me. I'm not paying attention to what's being said. supposed to go with you. Well, I'm going with you. Sorry. Signs spread out across the field. Alice and Graham took the fight to the telephone. Class.
Allow me. Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Wait, no. Foolish. Supposed to keep him healed. Okay. Moments respite. Cool that what you play is very Scions during this fight, which feels classic Final Fantasy games when the party splits. What am I supposed to do? Hello? Go do that. Oh. I didn't even see him floating there. throw a rock at him. You know, slingshot. Plink. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the hearts of Cartano. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like the pillars of the Azim Sept, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of aether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all cost. Oh boy, I love when they damage.
shall protect thee.
Do not.
Defense is a
For the most part, it's fine making me play as other characters, but when I don't entirely understand their spells. Meanwhile, Gratia and Alize prepare to lock swords with Luna and Ivana. Deals thunder. That's heal. Okay. Oh, come on. It's a cool mechanic, but I kind of hate it because it's like, oh, here's this job you've never done before. Fuck off. Do I have to do that all again? Okay, good. Yeah, at least it's nice enough to checkpoint. Medical spell. What am I doing? Somebody was on it and I wasn't. What? What did it say? There's something to break his will. I didn't see what it said. Yeah, they do simplify it at least. Self-same moment you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alpha and Estinian resolve to lay lunar freak low. Now I get to be familiar. This? Are you serious?
You're finished!
Big angry. This battle you'll be playing as yourself. I'm a kitty captain. I dance. Quick, throw a rock.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Garlemald.
How fare the Tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
To the very end.
To the very end.
It's time for cheese. Beautiful. Ah, we did it. I'm sit on that orb and nobody's stopping. We're officially on to Endwalker. Still, wait, is there still more? Is it not Endwalker yet? Just one last quest. Final two teases before Endwalker. One meanwhile cutscene and one where you are cutscene. Take a long dinner break, then grind will resume. Oh, and then it jumps. It's been a journey, but I'm catching up. Yeah, well, yeah, I wasn't about to skip that one song at least. It's weird feeling like I'm about caught up, you know? Because I've spent all those years, of course, not playing. and then of course starting over and then kind of taking my time. It feels very strange, like I'm almost there.
A prayer to keep us ever by your side, an undying promise that we just might carry on in a song. Pray don't forget us, your bygone kin.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hopefully, I hope doing this doesn't skip anything, but we'll see. It's time to ride again to another end, where it all begins. I'll be back in a moment.
Stand tall.
Okay, I'm back. We'll skip. Do a little skip. Thank you. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You've thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telforoi have been driven from Carcino, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I'm confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. Yeah, good to see you got a job, you bum. As such, while our forces keep the Telforoi at bay, I would ask you to apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetheology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigation, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. Could not agree more. There's none better suited to the task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. That, I must take my leave. Should you have any need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. Yes, I'd hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to Telfroy's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we'll be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that Telfroy will mount an all-out invasion. And it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphanon. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manners of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever as of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telefroi, that remains a matter of speculation. One thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunat's performance at the Lotus Stand was evidence to convince me of that. It was enough to convince me of that. The matter beneath further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been a wellspring of aetheological knowledge. I care not where we go, here nor there, my lance will be ready. And of you, Elysium, might you be persuaded to join us? Nah, you know what? I think I'm done. An island of bookworms and bureaucrats? Have we no other choice? I got words. I got words. Only after I do. If he and his friends in the forum think we'll leave them alone, if they ignore us, they're in for a shock. It appears we are in agreement. We only have but wait for Crowd to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. It does involve tall structures. By strange coincidence, it does. In Presidents, I only have a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I would soon find out whether my fears are warranted. I can shush people. Tell them to shut up. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital... we finally managed to get a spork out of the floor.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Is that ash, or if they sucked the aether from the land? Are they creating another burn? Or are they in the burn?
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And
No
the
touch.
stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Yeah, what a theater kid. You can tell he only read his immediate lines and not, you know, the whole script.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
and the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me.
Oh, don't, no.
Hear me.
No, don't you come to me now. No, no, you...
Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
You know, someone just came crawling back to me. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, in gaze cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what ends the... God, slow down! Go. Are we there? Has it begun? Are we here? Are we in Endwalker? Have we made it? It's time to walk. Oh, sweet. Still got the sprout though. I guess I don't. When do I lose the sprout? I'm actually just curious at this point. Elysium, do you have some time to talk? Ugh, boy, I never shut up. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite together to assess the situation in which we find ourselves. We're not walking, we're talking. So we lost either on this quest or when you beat Endwalker. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began at the sudden appearance of the ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephoroid. Organizations, one dude. Telephoroid's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of aeons past, an apocalyptic event that will result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have the towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close to close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arnvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. And while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telfroy are under the leadership of Fandaniel, and one other delightful fellow, Zenos Ye Galdus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he reclaimed his own body, murdered the Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. But it has since changed in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket the ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered. With nary a word spoken, did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seemed safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telefroy. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only a prelude to even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlene, I'm sure of it. Master Forchernal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. You just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that you're... It's playing in a bag again. Just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Head to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Charlene. And on arrival, present yourselves as Associate of the Students of Valdesian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? What of your thoughts? They must race with the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Potter is the best. Yeah, no, the music went hard. We're going to Limsa Laminsa. Know what's going on here. ask what's going on in Limza Liminza. Oh. It's gone. My sprout is gone. No. I'm now blamable for everything that happens. No one will go easy on me ever again. Yeah, it's never asked. Safer that way. A sprout no longer. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. Ship for Charlene should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. It's like in the trailer.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
You know, out of context, Thancred, that probably wouldn't sound very good.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
It was his turn to babysit.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
You're not a lord anymore because your father cut you off.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring him back safe and sound.
I'll hold you to that.
Gah, I wouldn't break a promise to you. She would destroy
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Yeah, no, it is quite a promise.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Can I keep it? Well, I have to. Because if I don't, Tataru destroys me, and I would deserve it.
We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
It's his turn. It is Thancred's turn. Well, so far there's not a lot of walking involved.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
As our narrator for this expansion.
But there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
He's just there flipping us off in the shadows. No, you don't get to do this, Hyland. You've ignored me for too long.
Feel.
No, you don't get to walk back into my life now.
Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Just wish I could sleep like they do and not wake up with my neck destroyed. Tickets, please.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
Just where have you been?
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Why now?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
God, you're bright.
I have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
Also, hey, Final. So he did the no longer trusting line. She's like, yeah, that's fair.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
We avoided that rejoining. So, how?
Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go.
I was looking at some mountains, sorry.
Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Ah, there it is.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
Race are huge.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Might want to put that lance away then.
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
What? No, this is Thancred?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
Still have to kick him in the nuts and the taint, you know.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Tempted for the last answer. Because there's never a consequence for this kind of stuff.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
An adventurer, by trade is what your documentation indicates.
Damn it.
No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it? Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion. And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Don't blank out now.
If you'll allow me.
Empty. Good Lord, Estinian, did you not study on the way over? Did you not come up with what you were
My
going to say?
associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Pretty little strange, thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I don't know how I feel about that, just since these... better. Hey, Sugar Skulls. So, you know, I've been carrying these antique breeches for like ever. I have no idea what they're for. But I've been carrying them forever. Those look nice. Is it just ARR class armor? Have I been carrying these around? Because they say other. Have I been just carrying these for like nothing at all this whole time? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Sugar Skulls. That was not nice of them. And take X amount of them to Mordona. Figure it out later. Yeah, I've been hauling these stupid pants around for like ever. I still need to. I have not made a decision on where to apply these. I should just apply them. I'm carrying some junk around. Probably won't go on much longer. Because I'm really tired and I do have to get up early tomorrow. Ugh. I have to read this one. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Elysium and Estinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? This is a fine suggestion. You may not be welcome at the Livier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There are no particular places that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Riage? I too have places I would be amiss in not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. She's crushing on him hard. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those rusty, dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Elysium, Charlian awaits. Check the Aetherite Plaza in a moment. After you, my friends, I'm more than content to follow your lead. He is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed quest objectives. In the event you use the Ethernet, Grau will catch up to you as long as you remain in the same area. Don't leave Grau behind, however, by entering a different area. Also speak to, okay, this is basically what we did at for the event. Okay. then let us be on our way. You don't need to tell the Gralatia twice about hanging out with the Warrior of Light. Pretty much, yeah. The first stop, amusingly enough, would be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Okay, we literally just learned about this mechanic. First, I go hit up the Aetherite. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. You see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlian the same way it is for Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlian's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. Lots. One vendor, meats. Nice. Now we can go to the gas station. I guess it's a way to, like, because if it's one thing I've noticed, like, throughout the entire game, you know, anyone with a name over their head generally has text to say. And most times, people don't click on them to find out what they say, so there's so much unread, like, side information or side dialogue that, you know, people spend time to put in the game, but no one reads. So I guess this is kind of a way to, like, put it out there, and plus get, like, a bit more commenting from your companions as opposed to just, you know, planting them somewhere and then telling you to go there. I want to make the point A to point B more interesting. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. It's the great statue of Thylik. A student of Valdesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. All you can do is see its ass from here. The path leading towards the sea is known as Thylik Stoa, named for the statue of the scholar that stands at its end. As you know, the Charlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thylik was chosen as our patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. It's very loud, but it is agreed that also admitted by the devs that it went a bit too overboard with the idea. We may have honored him rather than with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive. That of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlayans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. yeah, I can start to see how initially people would have not enjoyed this. I mean, it's entirely... What is it? I mean, I guess you can entirely skip it, right? You don't have to do any of this. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlatan tends to regard the notion of flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all of his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. As the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I have ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlatan when it came to cheap inconvenience, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stomp when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. I mean, you said burger. Of course I'm good. Shall we press on? The stairs on the side of the cafe there take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Oh, I kinda jumped ahead. So there's an Aetheryte right over here. Back to doing this. We're back to hitting the Aetheryte nodes. Blech. This serves as the crafting city. It looked like it. Crafter's 80, I'll be here a lot. An unusual shape, isn't it? As I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functional Aetherytes. Remember to attune yourself to it before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located at this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allian Aetherites, it allows us to understand the reconstruction what was essentially a lost art, and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. Off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlan's largest marketplace. Cal Yilmore, Ragers region on Idleshire are. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mrs. Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. Well, I can get my money back. That's part of the quest fees. That's the entrance to the conflicts. I have no doubt their expertise will prove some useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Those familiar patterns in the crystal. Isn't that the pattern that was like on the main building? Idle shear? If I browse the shelves for a moment, there might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlian. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. At least she's short and sweet. As in the thing she says, not that she's short and sweet. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, next stop on our tour is one which is particularly relevant to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb up the stairs to the imposing building at the very top. Blah. Up this way. Decorative feature are typical in Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters are on the Isle of Vow, rather simplistic and rustic by comparison. And this is the Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessing of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It's a reminder of the Great Flood and precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thylak's divine Europe. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. This grand structure before you is Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate publicly policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. Just thinking about them books. My apologies. From here, one can see an entire city spread out below. It used to put me in mind of the rival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. Bit by bit, those new buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. You can almost see its echo. See, feel free to come up whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Down the stairs to the east and continues straight ahead. Arrived at Journey's End, history tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon Njunkrimp built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Lovely Air. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. With that, I bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope that it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Ra? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Elysium. Time to leave a crocodile at that large house. No, I'll have to remember to send one when I get back to Dinkum. Right. Across the bridge here, as I recall, stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in Aetheryte Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended such the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins can tell you more about them. I think I hit that Aetheryte. I'm missing one. Oh, bet I'm missing that one. joyous look on Ra's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Valdesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Welcome back. I'm back, and I've brought Alicia and Ra with me. Oh, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Elysium. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Sunjika? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, administration offered for the students of Valdesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kral and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life, and an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val serves as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had the occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. It's time for the best in-room. Sure, like getting random subs to channels you don't think you've ever watched. You probably get them like if you like had someone on in the background and then they like raided someone and then they like you forever end up in their like watch log. I've had that happen a few times. And the Annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we shall ensure that the Telephoroi fall. Through that door and on the left is the main hall, where we can discuss our options for moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before the discussions begin in earnest. Private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap room's perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few weeks. And thus became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. I'm so tired, I'm gonna stop soon. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. got a ladder to nowhere. It's amazing. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I think we'll stop here because I am very tired. I do have to get up early in the morning. I didn't even see the posters. I didn't even look on the walls. And there we go. Our official entry into Endwalker. I've lost my sprout. and now we're into the final expansion, which means I'm catching up. Which means I'll get to enjoy the island eventually. It was very fun to watch. We'll do more. Like, basically I'm planning on doing the entire MSQ, because like I say, when I did it during my subathon, people really enjoyed it, so I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll do more. So we'll do like the MSQ, we'll like catch up. We might do like the Hildebrand stuff. And then probably I'll have to see what I like schedule, because I'd like to play this more than once a week, but we still got like Yakuza Like a Dragon. We got I still want to play more Dinkum. And then of course we got Conanigans. So I'm trying to compose a schedule for next week. Like, what's next week's schedule going to be? Shall I enjoy the pain you will go through on this final journey? The final journey so far.
We go safe.
Ooh,
oops,
what the
that's
heck?
the wrong.
That is not who I was watching. Okay, so who shall we rate today? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sugar Skulls. There's some very specific parts you're going to love to see. Well, the good part is I do archive it all as well, so it'll, of course, go up on YouTube as well. Let's see. Who should we raid? I thought Choya would be on by now. Isn't Choya supposed to be on right now? Is Choya not on tonight? I figured Choya would appreciate me, playing this. Let's see. Oh, fucking autocomplete. I type in Jackalope on Twitter, and immediately, as soon as I go to hit the search function, it goes Jack something else. Maybe I'm just early. I think maybe it's try to come on like 30 minutes. Yeah, they might be busy with things. I know they normally stream tonight, but... Alright, we'll pick a different target then. Alright, you have a good night, Sugar Skulls. I'm tired too. I'm gonna definitely try to sleep. I got a headache. The problem is I've got a headache and I gotta go somewhere tomorrow. And this is the kind of headache that's gonna last for the next 24 hours, no matter what I do. So tomorrow's now going to suck. We could raid Draconic Dude. I never get to raid Draconic Dude. Draconic Dude is always done streaming by the time I'm done streaming, so we might. We'll stream Draconic. God, I can't talk tonight. I am so tired and I've spoken so much. Yeah, we'll hit Draconic Dude. There we go. Okie dokie, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. Like I say, we'll do more of this. I don't know exactly what my schedule's gonna be, because I know we're kind of still iffing about when Conanigans is gonna be, like any official day. We don't have one set yet. And I think in absence of an official day, we'll just default to Friday until, you know, we hear something different. And I think Yakuza is going to be back on Tuesdays again, as it has been. So we'll just have to, like, figure out if we want to put Dinkum on temporary hold so we can Final Fantasy, or... Because otherwise, I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy once a week, and I'd like to play it more than once a week, so... once a week might be fine. I don't know. I'll just decide what we do. I'll put out a schedule Sunday as soon as I decide. But okie dokie, guys. You guys say hello to Draconic Dude for me. You guys have yourselves a great weekend. I'll be back on Monday with something. I don't know exactly what I'll play that day. But you guys have a good and you guys have a great weekend. Everyone have a good night. And I will see you all. I'll see you all next time. Good night, everyone. Night, night, night. Bye, bye. Good night, good night. Bye, bye. Good night.